Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, my name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm happy to be here. I woke up this morning and I had like no motivation to do anything. So I'll be asking everybody if you celebrate Thanksgiving. I have a question about that later on in the stream, but I was working so hard on stuff yesterday and I was just go at like 6 a.m. And then I woke up today thinking I got plenty of sleep, plenty of rest, and I have slept more today than I have in any day that I can remember in like the recent past. So I have mostly been unconscious for for today. So that's okay. I am here now, but it also means that I'm hoping during these productivity sprints, during the reading sprints, that I can catch up on some stuff that I wanted to do earlier in the day that I did not accomplish before. So, as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on what time of year it is. It is cold as hell here right now in my office, a little bit chilly. So, I might end up getting a heater, but the good news is I actually wanted to show you all something that I'm probably going to be, well, I should say I possibly am going to be working on during the sprint, but I have been making my first sweater. So I wish I could make something as cool as this. I love this sweater that I'm wearing. It's my new favorite sweater, but I have been knitting this. So right now it is officially a vest. You can see, and now I just need to get the sleeves. That's actually the very last part. But I made this, which is really cool. It's a little big on me, given it's my first sweater. I can be forgiven for not getting the size perfectly right, but I'm very proud of this. So I might end up working on the sleeves during this stream. But yeah, feeling good about that. And then the books that I'm hoping to read is I'm still reading Fault Tolerance by Valerie Valdez. I feel like I'm going to be reading this for ages. Like I don't have like a huge motivation to just bust through this. I don't know why, because it's not, obviously I like her writing. It's the third book in the trilogy, and I'm trying to finish it. So I don't know why the motivation isn't there. Maybe I'm in a little bit of a slump right now. If it's just the fact that the weather's cold and I just, I don't like it when it's cold outside and I have to readjust. I'm not sure. But I'm hoping that I can pair it with a different book that's very different. And I'm going to try Life After Life by Kate Atkinson, which was a national bestseller. And I know we have some people on here that have read this before and said that they really liked it. The premise of this book is about a woman who she basically is like reborn every single time that she dies, and she is initially born in 1910, and I think that she ends up playing a part in it's either going to be World War One or World War Two. They say it says that she's going to be part of like the worst or the greatest war in history. I think the Great War was World War One. So really curious how this is going to go. But I'm hopeful. This is one of the books I was hoping to read by the end of the year. Still working my way through that list. There's no way I'm going to get through it entirely by 24 books of 2024, but I'm doing the best that I can. So that's what I got going right now. But now I'm going to go over and see how everybody else is doing and who all is here tonight. So I got Heidi. Hi, Heidi. And she says, yeah, glad you're sprinting tonight. I'm here for the chat. Hashtag Capybara Black Friday. Yeah, that's very true. It is Black Friday. Actually, I have another question about that later on in the sprint as well. And I'll explain that for anybody who's not in the United States what Black Friday is if you don't know. And Heidi says, I'm almost done with my 10th Hobbes book in the realm of the Elder Lings. One is a novella. Very, very nice. Great job. Magnolia says, hello, I'm here. Well, hello to you too. I'm glad that you made it. Heidi says, hi, Magnolia. He says, hello, Heidi. And Angel says, hello, Heidi. Hello, Magnolia. And hello to you too, Angel. He said, look at it is early birds. Yes, you all were early birds today. Magnolia says, hello, Angel. Magnolia says, yes, we are the first. And Faye, hello, Faye. Faye says, hello. I'm speeding through Listen for the Lie by Amy Tintera halfway through, hoping to finish it. Okay, very nice. Hope that you finish it as well. And William is here. Hi, William. William says, greetings. Manoli says, nice hairstyle and sweater. Thank you. My hair is, I managed to get it to kind of like puff up today. It's funny because my hair has grown out a lot. This is the longest that my hair has been in the time that I've been with Keaton, which is a wild thought because I know a lot of you would look at it and be like, that's still so short. It's like, yeah, but it's been way shorter. So, kind of crazy. I'm just seeing, I'm trying some new stuff right now, just seeing where it goes. And Magnolia says, and your own made sweater looks great as well. Great color. Thank you. Yeah, it never shows up well on camera because the lights that I have in here are kind of yellow, which takes away some of the blue, but it's coming through decently. The one thing there I'm trying to show you is it's tweed. So it's got like flecks of other colors. So it's not just blue, which is the way that I like tweed stuff. I think tweed looks really nice. And Heidi says, hello, everyone. Heidi says, I heard this Life After Life book is great. Yes, I am really hoping so. Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Laura says, hi, peeps. Reading Monsters in Masquerade short story collection and Blood Bound by Patricia Briggs. Very, very nice. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, I finished The Snow Child last night. Yay, 5 stars. I'm beginning Hercule Poirot's Christmas by Agatha tonight. You're turning into the knitting queen. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I've really been pushing myself out of my comfort zone with things, which of course is also very time consuming. So I just like really wanted it to turn out. I was bummed when I put this on and it was a little too big last night, but I told myself to withhold judgment until I get the sleeves on because I think the sleeves are going to make it look more balanced. Because like when you put on a vest, if the vest is kind of puffy and then you can see where your arms are and it kind of makes like your body look small and everything, like the vest in comparison looks huge. That's kind of what it's doing right now. So it might be after I put the arms on it that it looks normal. So I really don't know, but I'm hoping. And Magnolia says, I'm reading a Dutch Christmas book at the moment. It's not translated yet, but the title would be Longest Christmas Ever. Okay, nice. It is by Lisette Jonkman. It's a kind of Groundhog Day, but with Christmas. Okay, Groundhog Day. That's great. And you said wake up again and again on Christmas Day. That would drive me nuts. I would hate having to relive the same day over and over again. And Laura says that sweater looks so soft and comfy. It is very soft and very comfy. And it was funny because of the size that it is, I asked Keaton to put it on this morning. So I had him try it on. And the length actually fits him arguably better than it does me because I wanted it to be a longer sweater so that when I lifted up my arms, it wouldn't raise up because I hate it when sweaters do that. It makes me really uncomfortable to like have the midriff when I'm trying to like get something. So I made it deliberately long, but of course the shoulders are for me. So he put it on and he's like this, wearing it with the torso and everything was like the perfect size for him. So I was laughing really hard when he tried it on, but he did technically fit in the sweater. And you all can let me know because we're getting to the end of the comments here, how long you would like the first sprint to be. We could do 30 or 45 minutes. And Christina says, hi all, and hello to you too. Okay, I'm starting Cher's memoir today. My aunt was just talking about that yesterday during Thanksgiving and how she was really interested in getting that. And she was talking about how she wanted to buy it. And my mama pipes up from across the room and she's like, don't buy it. And so I guess that's what she got my aunt for Christmas, which I thought was very funny. Laura says, by the way, I finally know what's wrong with me. It's my liver. At least ultrasound confirmed all the other organs are fine. So what's going on with your liver? Like what about it is like, is it something that you're going to have to take medicine for? Is it something that you can manage on your own? Like what's going on with it? Magnolia said 45 and Heidi agreed, so that's perfect because I already got 45 up on the clock. And William says, I'm starting Black House by Stephen King and Peter Straub. Reading it as a standalone might be a bit confusing, but the setting and characters are interesting and it's been on my shelf for years. Yeah, so Black House, of course, is the sequel to The Talisman. For those of you who don't know, I that was correct. Yeah. Sorry. I was making sure I didn't just say the wrong title. The Talisman is a book that I read and I didn't really like it, to be honest with you. And I owned a copy of Black House because I bought both of them at the same time. And I unhauled it because I didn't want to read the sequel. So, I mean, I'm glad that you're liking it and that you find the characters interesting and everything. I didn't want to revisit. I didn't want to revisit the characters at all. So, I'm wishing you the best with that one. And Laura says, it's fat. My liver are fatty. I've heard of that happening before. And I don't really know how that's managed. So is that something that can be taken care of with diet? And then I'm going to also give you all your first question before we head into sprints, which is just going to be, if you celebrated Thanksgiving, how was it? And if you didn't, how was your week overall? So that's just what I want to hear, is how everything went for everybody. Thanksgiving's a generally, like, it's both a fun time, but it's also a stressful time, to be completely honest. I have a coworker of mine that is in Canada, and she told me about how Canadian Thanksgiving is actually in October. I thought that was really interesting. And Faye says it would suck to open the same Christmas gifts again and again. Yeah, and have to be like excited every single day. Hi, Barker. Parker came in and said hello, but you can't. I don't know if you all can see him. There he is. You gonna say hi, bub? Oh, you got a booth. There you go. And you said, yep, diet and losing weight. Well, I wish you the best, and I hope that that's going to be a good change for you and is going to help you feel better. Faye says, yes, we have earlier harvest here. Okay, good to know. And Magnolia says, somebody recommended the Institute to me from King. It sounds okay, but it's not too gory or something. I haven't read that one yet, believe it or not. Do I have a copy of that book? Yes, I do. I was like, I have it somewhere. It's actually right over there. So I plan to read it at some point. But I haven't heard people say great things about it. Like, I haven't heard anybody rant and rave about like how fantastic it is, but I don't know if anybody really hated it. It was kind of like a middle of the road book for people. So I'm curious to see what I think, because of course it's about kids, which is like one of my favorite tropes, is when King writes about, kids with, powers, or kids that have to get out of situations. So I don't know. I might like it. Said, not that I have the book, but whenever I find it in a Little Free Library or something, and you very well might. I found some good finds in Little Free Libraries. Not very often, but sometimes. But yeah, I'll let everybody answer the question, and I will go ahead and get the 45 minutes up on the clock. I wish everybody happy reading and sprinting. I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I started Life After Life, and I made it to page... Oh, what page is it? Goodness. 35. Page 35. Now, this is a bit of a chunky book, so there are... How many pages are there? It's like 528 or something like that, so it's gonna take me a little bit to get through this one, but so far I'm liking the writing. It's been interesting. It's from the perspective of the mom as Ursula has been born, so it's been pretty cool. And before we left, I'm asking you all the question: if you celebrated Thanksgiving, how was it? If you didn't, how was your week overall? Let's see what you had to say. Faye said, no Thanksgiving here in Canada. My week was... What was my week? I can't remember my week. I guess it was fine. Well, if it wasn't memorably bad, then I would say that's a pretty good week. So I'm happy to hear that. Magnolia says, we aren't celebrating Thanksgiving here in the Netherlands, but my week was great. I'm preparing for a holiday called Sinterklaas, and of course already for Christmas as well, present shopping, etc. That's very fun. I love that holiday. It has a very pretty name. Heidi says my Thanksgiving was fantastic as all my nieces and nephews came home and I got to see them all in one place. They're all in their mid to late 20s. That's so cool. I love that. I'm happy to hear that you got to spend time with your family. Did Luke enjoy Thanksgiving? He said, Magnolia, Amsterdam was my favorite city when I traveled to Europe. I never had so much fun. That day would be a good Groundhog Day if I had to pick one. That's so sweet. I love that. And Nicole, hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. My Thanksgiving was great. I spent the week with hubby, his family, and our son. Hope your Thanksgiving day was good. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear that yours was wonderful. Mine was very busy. So I got up very early in the morning to prep the turkey. So my family requested that I make the turkey this year. This is the first time ever that they've asked me to do that. And I got, it was a little over 12 pounds. And, I got it. I had to, I was thawing it in the fridge because I couldn't get a fresh turkey. So it was frozen turkey all the way. It didn't fully thaw the way that it was supposed to, even though I got it early. So it shouldn't have been a problem. So I had to get up and do the whole turkey bath with rotating the water and everything. And then it was about 3 hours worth of cooking. And so by the time it was done of all the the thawing, the prep, the cooking, it was a 6.5 hours worth. It was actually closer to 6.5 hours of everything that I was doing, but it turned out really well. And the family was super happy, and it ended up being a juicy turkey. It was very flavorful. I was super proud, and it might end up being a new thing where that's what the family wants me to make every year, which I would be honored if that was the case. So very happy. We have lots of leftovers. My mom and my mom made many side dishes, and so Keaton and I, that's what I had for dinner. It was, of course, leftovers from yesterday. The only thing that did not hold up, my mom sent me home with some pumpkin pie and they didn't make it themselves. They got it from Costco, but I took one bite of it and was like, this is terrible. It just did not hold up. So I ended up having to throw that out. But the rest of the food was very, very good. And Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. My Thanksgiving was wonderful. I decided to stay home and cook for just me and my hubby, and it was so nice. That's lovely. I'm glad to hear that. Less stressful of a Thanksgiving, for sure. Our Thanksgiving wasn't as big as it normally is. We were missing 2 people because some of them had to work, and so it ended up being my uncle, my cousin, my mama, my aunt, my mom, myself, and Keaton. So I guess there were 7 of us. Where originally there's 9. So it was really good. We had a very nice visit. Everybody just chatted pleasantly, and everybody got along, which felt great. It's always nice when people get along for the holidays. And hello, good to see you. I believe I'm so sorry because I'm so terrible with names. Is it Krista? Did I get that right? It's been such a minute since I've seen you, so please forgive me, but it's nice to see you again. And Magnolia says, Heidi, that's great. Have you been to other cities as well in the Netherlands? And Heidi says, no, just Amsterdam. It was a tour where we were in each country for a day or two: London, Paris, Amsterdam, then Brussels. That's so cool. The only place that I have been out of that list is London. I spent 2 weeks in London. Great city, lots to do. Laura says, I'm from the Czech Republic, so no Thanksgiving. I mostly cared about my health this week, and today I ate my first fully cooked meal in weeks before I wasn't able to eat much. Well, I'm glad that you have been taking care of yourself. That is very important. They do say that the only thing that we really have is our health. So I'm glad that you're at least figuring out what the issue is, because then you can work towards a resolution. So that's great. And hi, Zach. Zach says, hello. I'm reading Louis the Witch, or is it Lois? Lois the Witch by Elizabeth Gaskell, historical fiction that takes place in the Salem during the witch trials. That sounds cool. I always like books set in that time. I like books about witches too. And Magnolia says, by the way, Alex, I saw you read Mouse. I have seen that book months ago for a pretty good price, and I now have regrets I didn't buy it. 4.5 stars you gave, so you would recommend it, I suppose. I do. I was actually given that series to read by my friend who is German, and he let me borrow it. And it's a very powerful set of. It's a graphic novel, I guess you could say, and it of course takes place during World War II. You know, talking about the concentration camps, what the Jewish people in Germany had to go through with the hiding, and you know, like what that did to their relationships with people. And what's really interesting in that story is I don't want to say ethnicity because that's not the right way to describe it, but people who, like the Jewish population, the German population who wasn't Jewish, people from other countries, each one is represented as a different animal. So it will make sense in the concept of the story that the Jewish population were the mice, that's why it's called Mouse, and the non-Jewish German Nazi people were cats. So it makes a lot of sense. And the people from the United States, if I remember correctly, were dogs. And there were just like a bunch of different animals. I think they had like some frogs, might have had some rabbits in there. I can't quite remember, but yeah, it's a difficult story. I will say there's a lot that happens in it that it's dark. It's going to make you feel sad. It's going to make you feel depressed about what humanity is capable of inflicting on other people. So you definitely want to go into it with the right mentality. That's the thing, is like everybody obviously knows what happened during World War II. And I think that sometimes we can become desensitized to the idea of the atrocities just because we've been learning about it. And it's like such a big part of our culture. Like even, you know, movies today, you know, they're set during that time. But it's about somebody's personal individual experiences and what really happened to them. Like it's based off of the true story of what the author's dad went through and what the author's mother went through as well. So, you know, just keep that in mind, that it's fictionalized from the perspective that it creates a cohesive story, right? Where he's taking a collection of stories and he's turning them into one bigger narrative, but all of it's true. But anyway, that's my mini dissertation about Mouse. And Faye says, I read 40 pages of Listen for the Lie. Very nice. And Magnolia says, I can't remember if you made a video about it. No, I read that long before I started my BookTube channel. And Elke's here. Hi, Elke. Elke says, hello, just joined in the last few minutes of that sprint. Well, welcome to you. Magnolia says, I read 29 pages. Very nice. Nicole says, read 15 pages of Zeno's Conscience. I liked Life After Life. Hope you enjoyed it. I remember you saying that you enjoyed it, Nicole, which is one of the reasons I was looking forward to reading it. I love books. I love historical fiction novels, but it's cool that there's kind of a supernatural bent to this one about her, you know, continuing to be born again and again. So I'm very interested in how this story is going to go and what kind of, we'll say, mischief she gets into in her life. Heidi says, Magnolia, I went to a museum exhibit for Mouse, so I would say yes. Yeah. And Magnolia says, thanks for the tip, Heidi. And you said my Thanksgiving was good. I got to watch the Lions win on Thursday. Oh, nice. So you're a Lions fan. That's cool. Wait, it's Carissa, right? Not Krista. I said Krista. It's Carissa. And Zach says, I have zero family day, so it was fantastic. There you go. Stormy, hi, Stormy. Stormy says, hi, everyone. On our way home from our Thanksgiving dinner with my aunt and few others, I'm stuffed. Nice. William says, this book used third person omniscient, which not everyone likes, but I do. The narrators use you and I as if the reader and narrator are eyes looking down at a map. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I read a book that had weird, like, so if you use you, the second person perspective, second person can be really difficult to read because it's not typical, right, of what you are reading in a book. The only book I can remember that had second person was, oh my gosh, how did I just blank on the name? Oh, that frustrates me. It's the same author as The Vanished Birds, Simon Jimenez. He wrote it, the blade, something about, oh, The Spear Cuts Through Water. I knew I had a blade in it somewhere. Spear Cuts Through Water. That was a really interesting book. Heidi says, yes, Alex, Lukey loves being around his cousins. He gets a lot of attention. Oh, that's sweet. I'm glad to hear that. Angela says, I was home alone. I didn't get into any trouble except with all the food. My daughter had Thanksgiving with her boyfriend's family. All the rest of my family lives far away, but I talked to a few. Well, I mean, as long as you had a good day, that's what's important. I know, like, not everybody is always interested in having a big Thanksgiving or like doesn't feel like they need to have a big Thanksgiving, and that's respectable too. I think next year might be complicated with my family because my dad was talking about wanting to come into town. And so, like, for context, my parents have been divorced since I was a year old. So, like, my families were always split for the holidays. And my dad used to live in town where I am, and then he moved after he got married, and he lives like at a distance now where it's very difficult for me to see him regularly. But he was talking about like packing up his side of the family in the car and driving all the way next year to come and see me for Thanksgiving. And he was like hoping that we could just like blend both of the sides of the family. And I told my mom that, and she was like, I don't know about that. So I don't really know how that's going to go next year. It might end up being a very complicated Thanksgiving. And Magnolia says, Paris, I love Paris so much. Brussels is awesome as well. Haven't been to London yet. Personally, I like Utrecht more than Amsterdam. I would love to go to the Netherlands sometime. Angel says, my Thanksgiving was nice. We visited my family when my husband weren't so stuffed. It had been over 10 years where this year we weren't the hosts. Oh, I'm happy for you that you didn't have to host this time. That's nice. I'm curious when my family's going to ask me to host Thanksgiving. We pretty much always have it at either my aunt's house or my mama's house, but I have the space for everybody. Like, I have a big dining table and everything I got specifically so that people could come and be at my house. So I think it's because I have a dog and I have some family members that are allergic to dogs, which is unfortunate because they probably would have come over already if it weren't for Barker's dander, because he's not a hypoallergenic dog. Jack Russells are not hypoallergenic. He sheds everywhere. Teresa says, every Thanksgiving I have to cook everything and do most dishes and put away and separate all leftovers to send to everyone. I just had eye surgery and I want the holiday off, told everybody. Good for you, because you should not have to do all of that. That is really unfair that you have to take care of everything. My family, I will say, I appreciate that usually nobody ends up having to do everything for as long as I've had a kitchen and I've been able to help out. Like, I would make one or two things. My mom and my mama would make other stuff. And so, like, split between three people, especially if you're using multiple kitchens, to cook everything, it's not so bad. And nobody has ever been left to do all the dishes themselves. Because that honestly, to me, dishes are worse than cooking the food. Like the cleanup afterwards, because at least when you're cooking, you're anticipating the joy of being able to eat. The dishes and cleanup when you're full is miserable. So no, that's really unfair. Good for you for taking the holiday off. He says, Alex, next time you go to London, do the Jack the Ripper tour at midnight. So beyond creepy. That sounds really interesting. No, I didn't get to do that because I was there for a school trip. So I definitely will check that out. I want to go back to London. It was a really cool place. Teresa says, my 93-year-old mother ordered a meal from her church, and one of my 4 brothers stopped by to see her. I have 2 other brothers in the area, and you would have thought one of them would have her over. Yeah, you would think. Jeez. I'm sorry to hear that. So finish ranting. I'm trying to finish multiple books this weekend. Oh no, you can rant as much as you want. That's why I was saying before, like holidays are a really complicated time of trying to get people together and figure out who's hosting and who's cooking, and there inevitably is like some sort of family drama. I mean, even though all of my family got along this year, I mean there was still some drama that I was dealing with on like the behind the scenes stuff. And it's just like it shouldn't be that way. It should never be that way for the holidays. But just that's what you get, blending of personalities. Magnolia says, oh, I did not know it was based off of some real people, of course, of real events, but not too specific people. Thanks a lot for your opinion about it. If I see it again, I will pick it up, I suppose. Yeah, you totally should. And let me know what you end up thinking of it when you read it. You said for a good prize, of course, or good price. Yes. Carissa says, it's Carissa. Yes. Okay. I'm glad that I ended up remembering before you had to tell me that. So, again, I'm so sorry. I wish that I could remember everybody's names. It has never been something I was good at my whole entire life. Zach says, I have a nonfiction called Witchcraft: A History and 13 Trials that I'm looking forward to. That sounds really cool. Let me know how that goes. Carissa says, I haven't read very much today because I've been trying to clean and declutter my apartment. That's a good goal. He said, I was catching up on BookTube videos. Very nice. And he says, Zach, did you stay in your pajamas all day? When I was working long hours, I used to love having a 0 people Thanksgiving to just relax. William says, I'm half Dutch, by the way. Oh, very cool. That's so awesome. I know. It says, Zach, oh my God, I do believe I have that book on my wish list. Is it from Marian Gibson? Teresa says, exactly. I would look at my brother like, get up and help clean up. Yeah, 100%. It's when they deserve to get the evil eye. Actually, it was a coworker of mine. I was talking to her on the phone on Wednesday, and she was telling me how she was having all of these people over. It was going to be like 15 people at her house. She was doing all of the cooking because people were coming from out of town. And she was like, yeah, this time of year makes me really mean towards my husband. And I was like, what do you mean? Because she has a strong personality, but like she's always been nice to me. And so she was explaining that she was doing all the prep work, right? And doing like a bunch of the cooking before Thanksgiving so that she wouldn't have to do all of it the day of. And her husband came home from work and he sat down on the couch and he just played a mobile game all night. And she was so frustrated with him that she came out and she called it the look of death. And she said, yeah, he just went up and went to bed. And I said to her, I was like, you're not being mean to your husband if he doesn't offer to help. Like it's mean if they offer to help and then you say no and then you're frustrated because you're doing it by yourself, right? Like that's different. But if they're like just sitting there and they don't care about helping, and it doesn't matter whether it's a man, woman, child, whoever, if they're just sitting there and expecting you to do all this stuff and not helping, that's really shitty. So no, you deserve to rant at that point. Zach says, Red Hood by Alana K. Arnold had some second person, if I remember correctly. It's a bit like a Buffy origin story if she hunted werewolves. Huh. Okay. That sounds funny. Also, we're getting close to the end of the comments here. So if you all want to let me know if you'd like to do 30 or 45 minutes. And Zach said, Magnolia, yes, Marian Gibson. And Heidi says, Zach, you will like Speaks the Nightbird by McCammon, Witch Trial related. Magnolia says, Zach, yes. Then I have that on my wish list. Is it good so far? I think he said that he hasn't started reading it yet. Yeah, he just says that he has that he's looking forward to. But he hasn't started reading it yet. And Zach says, Heidi, I don't even own pajamas. I'm usually fully dressed unless I'm showering or sleeping. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Just always, t-shirt of some kind and got your pants on. I can respect that. That's funny. But yeah, how long would you all like the next sprint to be? Nobody has told me yet, so I do not yet know. But I did want to ask another question because, of course, today is in the United States. It's called Black Friday. So I'm going to ask, were you someone who ever participated in Black Friday shopping? For those outside the US, is there an equivalent? So just in case you don't know, I mean, Black Friday, such a big thing. I wouldn't be surprised if people in other countries knew what that was. But basically, the day after Thanksgiving, a lot of people would, yeah. So the day after having thanks for everything you already have, people would go out shopping and they would wait outside stores for like hours on end because they would inevitably have these like ridiculous deals, things where it's like something that's $60, you might be able to get it for 15. People used to like mob malls and they'd like fight over things, like people would be injured. There were people who died there. I think there was like 17 people who have been killed during Black Friday since, I don't know if it was like the 70s or when it was, but it's like stupid. It's like one of those holidays that like you spend a day being so happy like with your family and then the very next day you're out like duking it out with people over like a flat screen TV. Black Friday's changed a lot since the advent of Amazon and like other internet shopping, and a lot of companies doing Black Friday deals like weeks, if not months, in advance of actual Black Friday. So like the day now is still pretty chill, but some people enjoy going out and trying to find those deals and like hunt stuff down for Christmas time. So I don't know if like in other countries there's kind of like a day or a time when that happens. But yeah, I just wanted to give some context about Black Friday and asking if you are somebody who participates in that. Robert tried to say 75. Robert, you're so funny. And Laura said 45. Heidi also said 45. So that's perfect. Magnolia says, we have Black Friday here, but not as crazy in the USA, and it is for about 2 weeks here. Okay, cool. And since people have, started answering, I will go ahead and I will head into our sprints. But do let me know answering to that question. And I'm going to wish everybody happy reading. I'm also going to I forgot to tell everybody what I'm drinking tonight. I'm just drinking milk, just milk. So I'm going to go and get some more milk and I will be right back. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read just like a few pages in the book, and then I spent the rest of the time knitting and working on a little book cozy that I've been making. So before we left, I asked you all the question, were you someone who ever participated in Black Friday shopping? For those outside the US, is there an equivalent? So let's see what you had to say. And you can just go ahead and let me know down in the comments whether you would like the next sprint to be 30 or 45 minutes. Let's see. Zach says, haven't started the Marianne Gibson, but hoping to soon. Magnolia says, cool. Hope you like it. Heidi says, hi, Robert. How was your holiday? And Magnolia says, and I'm going now, so bye-bye. So she had to leave. Didn't see that in time. Robert says, Heidi, calm and quiet. How about you? Robert says, turkey hangover. William says, no equivalent to my country, but there are long lines as the pump on evenings before the fuel price goes up. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Angela says, I stopped participating when people started killing each other. I'm wondering how the Amazon strike will affect shipping. That's a good question. I wasn't aware that that was going on. So if you want to type me some more information about that, I'm interested to hear. Robert says, I'm reading A Fate Inked in Blood. Daniel L. Jensen did the Midnight Madness thing once. For the last 5 years, I've looked for deals, but never found one on Black Friday. That's fair. William says, oh, I forgot on Christmas Eve, shopping centers are open for an extra hour. Oh, wow. That's interesting. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but there have been a lot of ads for books on sale on Kindle and on Audible. So I've seen a lot of those. I ended up grabbing a couple for $2 and one of them was free. I was like, oh, okay, sure. Storm says, I used to when I was big into gaming to get good deals. Now I could care less about getting up early to shop. That's fair. So back when I first got my license and I was like driving to visit family for the holidays, I spent a Thanksgiving with my dad's side of the family, drove all the way to visit them, and they have a local mall. And so I ended up going on Black Friday to shop at the mall because that was when I was still like trying to find, gifts for people. And I still buy gifts for people for Christmas, but I don't do, I feel like, as much as I used to. And I'm very happy to say that most of my family doesn't do that anymore. Like my family used to go hard into Christmas, like buying everybody multiple gifts. They were expensive gifts. My dad's side of the family doesn't really exchange gifts anymore. Like I would do something for my grandma's birthday because she was a New Year's Eve baby, but I haven't done anything for anybody else in a while. We all agreed we weren't going to get each other anything, which was fine. And then on my mom's side of the family, I do like one gift per person. And so this year I'm like making some people some gifts, like other people, I'm just going to get them like a gift card because I know they don't need any more physical items. So like I still do try to find like the perfect gift for somebody, but I want it to be really thoughtful. Whereas where I used to go Black Friday shopping, I feel like I was just trying to find something that somebody would like that I could get for a good deal, if that makes sense. So kind of that mentality of like buying a gift because there's an obligation for a gift rather than getting something meaningful for someone. And I'm really hoping that a lot of people are starting to kind of move towards that like non-commercial feeling, because I'm just like sick of it. Every year for Christmas, I don't really get excited about it, and I don't get excited for people to give me gifts. Like I'm actually happier to give stuff away to other people, but it's stressful to always need to come up with like a really good idea, and I always feel like I'm like trying to top myself on what I did the prior year, and it's just a lot. So if my family's ever like, we're not doing any gifts at all ever, I'd be like, I'm fine with that. That'd be totally okay. Heidi says Land's End is having a 50% sale now, and Alex, they have a new beautiful orchid pink plaid print for their flannels. Ooh, I do love plaid. That sounds great. I know I love plaid, so that's cool. I'll have to check that out. I've never buy from Land's End, but I know they have some good stuff. And Nicole said, never participated and typically spend Black Friday at home decorating for Christmas. That's nice. Yeah, Keaton and I are planning on putting the tree up this weekend. He looked at me like 2 days ago and went, "Yeah, when do you want to put the tree up?" And I said, "It has to go up after Thanksgiving. So it can go up the day after or anytime after that, but not before." And he completely agreed. We laughed because we were of the same mind in that a lot of my neighbors already have all of their Christmas lights up on their house. So I was like, dang. And Jamie said, "Happy Friday, all." Happy Friday to you too, Jamie. Welcome. Robert says, "Nicole, a Bob Ross Christmas." And Jamie said, "I participated in Black Friday shipping pre-online options one time. It was miserable and I would never do it again." Oh, shopping. Black Friday shopping. Yeah, I get you. It's really not fun. Like going out to shop and stuff, it's not that fun anymore. There was one year I did it for myself. I went over to the Barnes and Noble actually, and I remember I just wanted to be the nicest person I possibly could to the people who were working because of how packed it was. Like that's always my goal when people are dealing with a lot of stress is like I just want to be the friendliest I can because a lot of people are just shitheads. It like even around the holidays, like just to people who work in service. And so yeah, I don't like it either. Faye says, "In Canada, our big sales day used to be the day after Christmas, Boxing Day." Okay, interesting. But recently, stores realized they were losing pre Christmas sales to people crossing the border. So now we have Black Friday. That's so weird. Dang. And Nicole says, "Robert, oh, yes." Faye says, "Well, we still have Boxing Day, but we have Black Friday too. I take advantage of both, but only online. It isn't usually violent in Canada, but lately it has been in some places." Yeah, I don't recall any recent time. Then again, I don't watch the news, so take this with a grain of salt, but any recent time where people have been crazy on Black Friday. But I remember when I was a kid, like the stuff that people used to go through for like the Tickle Me Elmo. Y'all remember that? The year of Tickle Me Elmo, and people would just like punch each other over those freaking toys. Like that to me is absolutely insane. Like no item that you can buy is worth causing physical harm or possibly death to another person. Just, it's so stupid. And Nicole says, "Well, family came back over. Have a great night." Well, you too, Nicole. Have fun. Teresa says, "See you Monday, Nicole." Laura says, "Here the shops took the term Black Friday and use it all year round for any big sale." During entire November more often. This year I ordered a gift for my mom and a smoothie mixer for myself. Nice. I hope you enjoy your smoothie mixer. Faye says, "I was doing chores and getting a hot water bottle for that sprint, so I only read 5 pages." That's okay. You were doing chores. It's productive. Teresa says, "Never really got into the Black Friday mayhem." Good for you. Jamie says, "Listening to the audiobook of Devolution, woohoo, while working on some Christmas ornaments for my grandkids, made it to 15%. Yay! Happy to hear that. Kat and I know she's not on here tonight, but we made our selections for our book club next year. We will be making the announcement for that very soon. We'll be releasing one on the same day. So super excited to be able to tell you all what we're planning on reading for 2025. And I'm excited because I get to start Devolution soon because I usually wait to start mine until closer to the day. So it's super fresh. I'm really happy that you're listening to it. And Angela says, "I think there are around 20 countries participating in the Amazon strike." Oh, wow. 20 countries. That's impressive. Teresa said, "Once I had to work the overnight shift and got off at 8 a.m., so went after and the sales stuff was already gone. I got to the stores around 9 a.m. That's insane. Yeah, some people, they would do like the overnight tent camping. Just wild. Zach said, "Should be able to finish Lois the Witch next sprint, then I'll be starting Annie Bot by Sierra Greer." Cool. Laura said, "Just now I bought a handmade stuffed animal in a Black Friday sale." That's cool. Handmade stuffed animal. How adorable. And Jamie said, "I make the majority of any gifts I give." That's very nice. And that makes them more personal. Teresa says, "I love Land's End. So I don't decorate till middle of December and love to shop after Christmas sales." That's nice. And Faye says, dang it, Canada's in on the Amazon strike. No wonder my Wednesday order hasn't shipped yet. Oh, I'm sorry. And Faye says, LOL, the Elmo frenzy. No joke. And if you all want to let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be, 30 or 45 minutes, I can get that set up for us. Like fidgeting with my multitude of monitors here. They said, I can't imagine giving an Elmo to your kid. Like, I killed someone to get this for you, kid. Enjoy. Yeah, like I stampeded and trampled a poor old woman to get you this. And then the, kid plays with it for like 5 seconds and is more interested in the cardboard box. Angela says, I remember the Cabbage Patch Kid craze back in the 89s. Wow. Yeah, Cabbage Patch Kids. I think I had one, but I can't remember. I don't remember ever being that interested in it, to be honest with you, but I think I had one. And Jamie said the audiobook is fun. It is a full cast recording with Max Brooks as narrator. Oh, the cast includes Judy Greer and Nathan Fillion. What? Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That sounds really great. Jamie said 45. All right, perfect. Laura says, I'm off to bed. Good night, peeps. Good night to you, and I wish you the best with your health until I see you next week. Angela said 80s. Oh, in the 80s. Yeah, I got you. I got you. All right. So now to have a not holiday themed question. Let's see. Would you rather be in a zombie apocalypse or a robot apocalypse? It's going to be an apocalypse, but you get to choose which one. Zach says, my grandma had a Tickle Me Elmo for my cousin before they were popular. I still think she should have sold it for like $1,000, but she just gave it to him. I wonder like what somebody could sell one of those for now. I'm really curious. I'm actually going to look it up right now. Tickle Me Elmo eBay. A vintage 1996 Tickle Me Elmo. You can get one for $50 to $80 in today's economy. Wow. I mean, that's still a pretty good price for an old toy like that, but they had to be in the box. These are ones that are still in box that were never played with. Heidi says, I love Nathan Fillion. I might have to get Devolution on audio now. There you go. Sweet. Awesome. Well, I will get the next sprint pulled up. One thing I didn't mention is while I was knitting, I am listening to a podcast called A Little Bit Culty. I'm not as much of a true crime person, but I'm really interested and fascinated by cults and listening to people's stories who got out of different cults. And so it's been like I just started listening to this podcast and it's already been very fascinating. So I'm going to go back and continue to listen to that so I can make progress on this this little book cozy I'm making. I'm really hoping to finish this tonight so I can have like one more project done under my belt because I just feel like I have too many things that are going right now and I just want to be I just want to be done with some stuff. So I'm gonna be doing that. But yeah, so I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I listened to more of my podcast, and I've only got 4 rows left in this knitting project, which I'm very excited about. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be in a zombie apocalypse or a robot apocalypse? So let's see what you had to say. Faye said, my mom once put a Transformer toy on hold long before Christmas so she could pay it off bit by bit. And by Christmas, people were offering her a fortune for it. Rude. Honestly, she got it first. Well, good on her. That was very smart. Angela said, oh, I love true crime and cult stuff. Thanks for the tip. You're welcome. Faye says, I think I'd rather take on zombies than robots, unless they're super speed zombies. If they're the plotting kind, I might be okay. I couldn't take on a robot army. Yeah, no Terminator. No, don't want to deal with oh my God, what's that called? I know it's the singularity is when technology surpasses human intelligence, but what was it called? The army in the future? I don't know why I can't think of that right now. Teresa says robots will never eat brains, plus they can be programmed to eat zombies. Thus, a zombie apocalypse is more manageable. Oh, to beat zombies, I think that's what you mean. Yeah, I would have to agree in this case. I would think I would prefer a zombie apocalypse, not because I want to have to deal with fighting zombies of potentially people I love, but because thinking about robot army and like they can carry weapons, because they're not biological, there's not really any part of them that you could shoot in order to really kill them. Like it would probably be way harder to fight a robot army, especially if they're self-replicating. So I would have to say probably zombies. Jamie says, Heidi, I got the Devolution audiobook from my library through Libby. Very nice. But I'm going with a zombie apocalypse, hoping all those years reading and watching The Walking Dead pay off. Need a baseball bat with a bunch of nails in it. And Heidi said, my Libby does not have it, but hoping Audible has a big blowout sale soon. Fingers crossed. And Kat's here. Hi, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex and friends. Kat, you came in on just the perfect question. I just finished filming my winter plans video, going to eat some chicken tortilla soup that Barry made while watching Black Friday with Bruce Campbell. Very nice. We were just talking about Black Friday earlier. He said I would 100% rather be in a zombie apocalypse. I got my zombie survival guide and a sword. Not sure it's a katana. Great question, Alex. And Angel says, hi, Kat. And I do need to read the Zombie Survival Guide by Max Brooks as well. Kat says, hey, Angel. Robert says, zombie apocalypse, slow, they don't swim, robots might build a boat. They also might build planes. Robert said, Black Friday, Kindle books, looked up the price of 15 books on WTR, and only 3 were less than 10 bucks. All the others were $14.99 to $17.99. Yeah, of course, not all books I know end up going on sale, but I was really surprised at some of them that did, and the fact that they were like $2. I was like, well, I'm not going to get that offer again, so that's pretty good. Teresa said, that was my husband, by the way. I don't believe in zombies, and I think if it ever comes to it, we wouldn't have a chance against robots. That's fair. Yeah, no, I don't believe that a zombie apocalypse would ever happen. Robot army in the future with AI, questionable. You said that pie looks good, Alex. What kind is it? This is cheesecake. I think this one might be the turtle one. It's got caramel, swirl, chocolate syrup, chocolate chips, the cheesecake filling. Sorry, I'm not actually holding it up. Good job, me. The cheesecake filling, and then like a chocolate graham cracker crust. So it's very tasty. Was not homemade. It was bought at a store, but you know what? It's still delicious. He says, Alex, have you watched Battlestar Galactica reboot that is about robots taking over and looking like us, the Cylons? I have never seen Battlestar Galactica, but there's part of me that's always wanted to watch it, so I might one day, just so I can say that I get the references. And Tessa Dean's here. Hi, Tessa Dean. She says, hello, I'm not interested in either one. There you go. Faye says, wow, I read 45 pages this time. It's a quick read. Good job. Robert says, Skynet. Thank you. Thank you. That was what I could not think of. Zach says, robot apocalypse. All right. Zach will be the only one wanting to battle it out with Skynet. Jamie says, made it to 21% in devolution. Very nice. And Faye says, Cat sends the zombie question in the air game running. Yeah, no joke. Like, seriously, the perfect time to come in. Oh, that's great. I also want to let you all know that's the point in the evening where we're going to do just 2 more sprints. So we're going to do 1:30 and 1:45-minute sprints. You can let me know which one you want to do first. And Andrew, hi, Andrew. Andrew says, are we talking Romero zombie or World War Z zombies? If Romero, I would do that because they're super slow. Well, if you're talking about World War Z zombies, in the book, they are also super slow. It was in the movie that they made them fast. But we're talking about slow zombies, not the ones that run and climb walls. And Teresa says, I saw the chocolate crust and thought it was a peanut butter pie. Oh, that makes so much sense. I have a cousin who does make a really good, like, pie like that every year, but she wasn't at our family gathering, so we didn't get her like special Reese's pie. So my family ended up just buying one of those giant Costco pumpkin pies, and the day of yesterday when my mom was eating it, I took a bite of hers and I thought it tasted pretty good, but when I took some to go and I tried to eat it this morning, it was disgusting. It was so terrible that I had to throw it away. And I'm like, I don't know if it was the way that I stored it in the container. I don't know if it just like didn't hold up or what it was, but I was very happy that we ended up having we had some cheesecake that Keaton had bought so I could still get something for my sweet tooth. We both really like cheesecake. And Angel says, hey, honey. It's sweet. So I'm guessing Andrew is, Angel, is that your husband? That's so sweet. But yeah, do you all want to do? Yeah, Angel says, my hubby, Andrew. That's so charming. Well, welcome, Andrew. Happy to see you. And Lauren's here. Hi, Lauren. Lauren says, hi, Alex. I would prefer the zombie, I think. What are you reading tonight? I've got 2 things I'm working on right now. I've got a historical fiction magical realism book, Life After Life by Kate Atkinson. And then I have the 3rd book in the Chilling Effect sci-fi humor. It's, not like an overly serious sci-fi book, but Fault Tolerance. So got these 2, but I've also been knitting tonight. So admittedly have not done as much reading, but that's okay because I'm almost done with this damn project. I want this project I'm working on to be over so I can focus on other things. But yeah, so nobody answered in terms of what they would like to do first. So I'm going to call it that we'll do the 45 minutes first. And I will also give you all your next question, which is going to be, Would you rather work the job you have now for a year at double your current rate of pay, or have 1 year off with what you're making now? So you could just have a full year of vacation with your current pay, or you could have a whole year of double what you're currently making. So there you go. And I will go ahead and I will get the timer up for everybody. Wishing everybody a happy second to last sprint of the evening. And I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I'm in the middle of sewing up this project, so I'll be getting back to that during our last sprint of the evening. So, before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather work the job you have now for a year at double your current rate of pay, or have 1 year off with what you are making now? Let's see what you had to say. And then Lauren said, 1 year off, easy choice. My kids are young. Yeah, very true. That's super fair. Faye says, is unemployed and broke. Oh, I'm sorry, Faye. Heidi says, 1 year off, that would be the best gift. You could travel or just do your favorite activities all day. Tessa Dean says, I don't work, so I'm not sure how to answer the question. If I used my last job, I would take the year off. I hated that job. That's fair. Zach says, double pay. All the first one would do is save more time to spend money I couldn't afford. That's fair. That's honestly, Zach, the way that I feel is like I'd rather make double the pay and then just try to bankroll as much of that as possible, since I would be able to not only cover my expenses but save extra money. And I think that that would do me more good in the long run, and keep me out of trouble because I would still be working. And Tessa Dean says, I'm currently preoccupied with if or when I'm going to get the power chair, or will it all fall apart? Manual wheelchairs are hard to get around in. Well, I really hope that you're going to be able to get that. I know you've been working on that for a little bit now, so my fingers are crossed for you. Jamie said, I would rather work a year at double pay and get bills paid off. There you go. Nicole says, I'm back and I'd rather keep doing what I'm doing at double pay. I'm not working but make pennies from YouTube, so maybe I'd be at Nichols. That's fair. That makes perfect sense. And Robert says, 1 year off. There you go. And Faye says, only 48 pages left. I can definitely finish this book tonight. Woohoo! And Andrew says, double down, then take a nice fishing trip. There you go. Angel says, double down. I've been at my workplace for almost 20 years. What's one more year? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you just get extra money. Jamie says, make good progress on the Christmas ornaments and made it to 29% in devolution. Woohoo! Very nice. And Elizabeth is here. Hi, Elizabeth. Elizabeth says, maybe 1 year off and figure out how to manage my finances. I could learn how to invest in stocks. That's a great goal. I love that. Well, we have come to the point in the evening where I get to ask you all my favorite question of the night, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be something big or small. It could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did last Saturday. Doesn't matter, whatever you want to say, just something that you are proud of. And I will also adjust our timer here so I can get our final 30 minutes on the clock, finish this darn thing that I've been working on, and hopefully have a little bit of time left over in order to read. But if not, I'll probably read for a little bit when sprints are done as well, and I can get changed into my pajamas, which would be nice. And I will go ahead and get this timer started, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the final sprint of the night. I finished my little book holder. I sewed it all together and everything, so I'm glad that it's done. You can't see the colors worth a damn in this camera because it makes everything look super yellow, but it's way more vibrant in person. So happy to have gotten that done. While I was knitting it, I actually kind of hated it. I was like, I don't really know how this is going to turn out. And then when I got it all sewn up, it ended up, in my opinion, looking way cuter. So I'm happy about it. But I have another one I'm going to be working on that's just made with a completely different yarn, completely different colorway, which I'm looking forward to. Because, like, you ever work on a project where you've been staring at it for so long that you're looking forward to seeing other colors? That's what I'm working on. That's what I'm dealing with right now. So, one more project down. Woohoo. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Let's see what everybody had to say. Mine was a successful turkey roasted for my family. So I was very happy about that. And sorry, I'm trying to find the last one. Elizabeth said, I just started therapy this week. That's great. That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear that for you. I hope it goes well. Andrew says, does anyone know if Devolution is going to be a movie? Oh, if it's going to be a movie. I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about it, but if anybody else knows anything, you can let me know. Faye says, I gave the Baxen a face. Very nice. The hardest and most stressful crafting I've done in years, and my fingers still hurt, but I did it. I am proud of you, Faye, because that is way more complicated than anything I've ever made. So good on you. And Teresa says, I ate the weirdest dinner tonight. 1 deviled egg, 1 roll, a piece of watermelon, and a piece of pumpkin pie. This isn't what I'm proud of, just sharing. Honestly, that sounds like a pretty good dinner to me. So no judgment on my part. If you knew some dinners I've had certain evenings where I just eat like olives and cheese and, crackers, all like eat some pickles. It's no judgment at all. You said, as usual, just proud to get through another week. And I'm proud of you for getting through another week as well. Andrew said, my accomplishment is reading every day. I'm reading Devolution, and it will be the 4th book I've ever finished. That's incredible, Andrew. Woohoo! I am very happy for you for that. I'm very proud of you. So thank you for joining in as well in the Devolution, and the fact that I'm hoping you're going to join Kat and I towards the end of next month when we end up having our book club meeting. We're very excited to talk about that book. I had a really good experience with World War Z for my first Max Brooks novel, and I'm really hoping I'm going to end up liking this one too. Because if I do, I'm going to have to get the zombie survival guide. It's going to be like required. Elizabeth says, that's awesome, Andrew. I agree. You said, I read Anne of Green Gables this week, and it was so good. I highly recommend. Awesome. I have never read one of those, but I know they're like a fan favorite, a cult classic, if you will. Elizabeth said, Max Brooks is really engaging author. I read World War Z, and he had a lot of knowledge on military combat in the world. What kinds of things do you like in Devolution? I haven't read it. Yes, do share. Anybody who started Devolution without giving any spoilers, like if there's certain things about it that you're enjoying. And Tessa Dean says, I actually managed to stay awake 1 whole day rather than sleep all day and night. Not sure what is wrong, but all I do is sleep. We have a tendency to do that when we're not feeling very good. And I know you said you've been battling an illness for a while now, so that probably has something to do with it. But I'm happy to hear that you've been able to stay awake. Zach says, my accomplishment is I've been coming to these sprints for a full year, give or take a week. Yeah, I think that's such a cool thing to think about for those of you who have been here, pretty much since the beginning of me starting to do these. And of course, everybody else who's joined in as well. It's really lovely to think about how long they've been going on and how time flies. Like, it just doesn't feel like it's been a year, but it has been. And that's super cool. I'm happy you're here, Zach. I'm happy you're all here. Jamie says, that looks great. Thank you. It's kind of it's a weird colorway. Like when I bought it, the yarn does not look anything like what it turned out to be when I started knitting it, which was part of the reason I wasn't really liking it when I was looking at it. But after it got sewn up and it didn't look so messy, it became way cuter, which I think is pretty normal for like any project you're working on. Is like when you get rid of all the rough edges, suddenly it looks a lot better. And Nicole says, fun project. Yes, thank you. They have been fun. I've been thinking about like if I end up just keep making a bunch of book, like book cozies. If I don't want to keep all of them, I might start selling them just because they're really enjoyable to make. For me, anyway, I like them. And Jamie says, I finished 2 books this week towards completing the 2024 52 book challenge. Only 4 more prompts to go. Woohoo! That's amazing. Look at you go. And you said I made it to 35% in devolution. Awesome. Robert said accomplished 82 of 88 books for Goodreads. Good job, Robert. Rock on. Jamie said, yes, I believe Legendary has been optioned for a film. Okay. Zach says the tandem food is called Girl Dinner, and I do it all the time. Yeah, I've heard of Girl Dinner. I guess I've participated in that before without realizing that that's what it's called. And Jamie says, I meant Legendary has optioned devolution. Oh, okay, cool. Very nice. No, you're good. I got you. That makes more sense. Nicole said, in a few weeks, I'll also have been coming for a year. I can still remember tuning in for the first time from the airport. I remember that too, Nicole, and how funny it is that it's like I remember you coming on and you were talking about wanting to start your own channel, and we were all like, yeah, you should totally do it. And then you did. And it's really awesome. I love this community. It's been so fun. And honestly, if it wasn't for you all and like these live shows and everything, I probably would have quit YouTube. Like I honestly feel like I would have, but you all keep me coming back and make me feel like I have a purpose in doing this. So I'm grateful for that. And Andrew says we will Angel had me pick it up and it's good so far. 140 pages in. Woohoo! That's good. Robert said 45 subscribers when I found this channel. Yeah, that's oh my god, that's so wild. I've had really weird growth on my channel in terms of like the way that it happened. I've had pretty much no growth at all over the last like couple months, which is honestly totally okay. But when it started, it really got going, and then it flattened out, and I'm kind of at a point right now where I'm just comfortable. If it doesn't really move, that's okay. If it were to go up, that's cool too, but it's just steady at the moment. And Jamie says devolution is set up as a series of journal entries and interviews. I'm enjoying it. Oh, well, good, because I really liked that it was set up that way for World War Z. I thought that was cool that it was like fully interview style. So journal entries and interviews. Sweet. Angela said, are you still going to do closures for them? Buttons and loop. Sign me up. Yeah, I am. I need to buy more buttons, but I was really happy with the ones that I put the buttons on because I feel like that it just added that nice touch. So depending on if I keep going and I just get to the point where I'm like, I have too many of these things, I could definitely see myself opening up a little Etsy shop or something. And I would share that with you all if I did that. But I'm just enjoying making them right now. Just something to do with my hands as an extra activity, especially during the cold months, because I really need something that's going to keep me from feeling like the cold is like putting me in a funk. And I feel like if I have something like warm and cozy and happy to work on, that'll really make me feel better about the holiday. I told Keaton that my goal this year is to not get the overwhelming feeling of just wanting the cold to go away, but to be able to embrace that the cold is happening and find comfort in the season so that I don't dread it every year. And I think that that's a good thing for me to work on. And Nicole said, oh, you do have a purpose here. You're one of the few live sprints I try and make every week. You're so sweet. Thank you, Nicole. That means a lot to me. So, and I'm always happy to see you and to talk to you on here because you just have such a great sense of humor, and I appreciate you all the time. You have such a great outlook on things, and I think that's wonderful. Zach says also meant random, not tandem. Oh, okay. There we go. And Jamie says, yes, it's similar to World War Z. Okay, well, that automatically sets it up in a really good way. It's also quite short. I know when I picked up the book, I was like, oh, it's not as big as World War Z was. So it should be a pretty quick read, I'm hoping. But with that, that is all that I have for you all tonight. We made it to almost 4 hours and 45 minutes, which is pretty good. And I get to send you all off into what is hopefully going to be a fantastic weekend, which is what I hope for everybody, and also what I'm hoping for myself. So, yay. But thank you all for showing up to yet another evening, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all next week, and I hope you have a fabulous time until then. So, thanks for being awesome friends and awesome people. If that's one thing I can say for Thanksgiving that I'm thankful for, I'm thankful for all of you. And I don't mean that in like a sappy, like stupid way, but like in a genuine way. I'm very grateful for all of you. And Faye says, I love this gang and Friendly Friday sprints. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, me too, Faye, and thank you. Robert said, Alex, always take care of everyone here. Thank you for the sprints. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you feel that I do, Robert. Hope you have a fabulous weekend. And Angel says, thanks for sprint. See you next time. Yes, I'll see you next time when I can show you my latest knitting project, Angela. And hopefully my damn sweater will be done. I hope. Nicole says, group hug. Yes, group hug to everybody. And good night to you all. And Andrew says, I've heard Nathan Fillion narrates Devolution. He's my favorite. Firefly. Yes. Jamie is actually listening to the audio book right now and says that it's been really good. So you should totally listen to it if that's something you're interested in. She's loving it. So, and thank you for joining in, Andrew. It was really cool to see you, and hopefully you'll be back next time. And with that, good night.